There it goes. Awesome. Oh, all right. No, we're not in bullatory. Need to change our fucking business hours. JFirst is saying 5,400. Can you confirm or deny? He's a very unreliable source. He's, well, he's JFresh. He is he is emotional right now. He's going through a lot of things. Um, but he's also probably right. Pi Phi Fubo. Okay. What about it? It's done. It's literally doing nothing. I think the upside gap is filled here. Well, this one. There's another one up at like 5383. We're still a little bit away from that. The carry trade is getting levered up a bit. It's not much more levered up than it was last night, though. Only like a couple percentage points. The forward yield on vol is almost below zero. I would say if that goes below zero, that would be pretty bullish. There's a big fat downside gap. Can you touch on the BOJ bullshit? Based on their statements, it would appear as if they are not going to affect the change in their rates until markets have stabilized. So the actual change in the rates, I think, they weren't super clear about it, but is not going to be implemented. Rejected perfectly off the bear flag. Yeah, we did. But this is becoming less of a bear flag and more of a reversal now. If we break that 5361 line, that's reversal territory. If they don't take this opportunity to de-risk the trade, how regarded are they? What? They're not going to de-risk the trade. They just got permission to leverage it right back up again. But $1 for every time in the past 12 months the market has started to crash, only to reverse in 36 hours. I'd have $2. It's actually 3. You'd have $3. We almost crashed in April too. It's interesting that the investment bank line in the sand is market makers GN. They really need those big synthetic longs to stay right where they are. BOJ mentioned they believe the U.S. can have a soft landing, and I've heard this soft landing a lot. Can you explain what it really means? Does soft landing mean SPX to infinity, or what? Yeah, the growth and labor remain strong while inflation cools, and the monetary policy of the Fed is able to be pulled back to a less restrictive stance without affecting those other two factors. So that would be a soft landing. We're absolutely not getting that, right? They've already way overshot a soft landing. They've they've fucked that up already. The Fed is also still trapped and can't cut rates, and now even more trapped because everyone knows if they cut rates, they're going to blow up the carry trade. Nvidia not so hot today. It was up like 2% earlier. It's still up 1.5%. It's pretty hot. AVGO's up, Google's up, Amazon's up, Apple, Mr. Poopy Pants's coin calls are in the shitter. EPAM, CrowdStrike, Cat's doing good. We got some breadth, not a lot of it, but some. Microsoft's doing great. Meta's doing good. Netflix, Costco. Yeah, it's mostly positive. 5330 is a bit of a resistance, but we ran right into it. We're testing it again, and interest is going to build to the upside of it. This is very early to test the high of positioning for the day, right? It's starting to get some interest built out at 5340, 5350, 5375. I think mostly bullish looking. What was your conservative PT for TWLO? I don't know if I really had a conservative one. It bounced back today, right? It was like 65 was the top of the call interest. Whatever I capped my fucking options at. Yeah, 65. Hmm. Upstart is up close to 40% today. Ooh, nice. What was the beat? Their guidance? Ooh, they got 2 upgrades too. Interesting. Citigroup raised their target to 33. I mean, very hopeful and very liquid. Glorp 50% up on my port in 2 trades. Oh, nice. Well done. Yeah, with this lending environment that's upcoming, it could be interesting. But you mean terrible for Upstart? Yeah, probably. But the near term speculations, probably nothing to ignore. Hit 53.30, like you said. Is this it for the day? No, it's we're getting more interest out of the money. It's still very early. I don't think we've topped out for the day by any means. We were probably going to push 30 into 40 or 50. There's a little bit of a put wall at 20, so that's harder to pull away from. Rejections are still rough, but I think otherwise it looks fairly strong. You know what I want to check? Hmm. $53.03 test. Big dump on QQQ. Should probably add a contract there. I think we have some decent support at 5,300. We should. And 52.95. Getting the rest of the rejection. 53.34 ES support. The SPX and ES are the same fucking thing. One's going down, the other's going down. One's going up, the other's going up. IWM's not looking too hot. No, it shouldn't though. Mostly. Would you consider this a failed test of 5330? Yeah, it's a rejection. Probably some profit taking on overnight calls. I see it's under 5K by end of year. Can we make that happen? Not if the Fed doesn't cut. I have a few remaining SPY Jan 490 calls that are still up almost 100%. The narrative change makes me want to just drop them, but it would be better to hold and hedge or bail given the BOJ, etc. I mean, the BOJ reopened some leverage, right? Their decision is reopening some leverage into the carry trade. It's hard to say how much the carry trade is going to get levered back up, uh, given the risks present, right? But it has been getting levered up a bit. We're definitely nowhere near like 9x where we were before, but it's still like it's 7x, right? And it's still pretty heavily leveraged. There's going to be weakness because a lot of equities were sold and a lot of bonds were bought. And it'll probably take some time before that turns around. Wrong window? It's not the wrong window. I'm able to still play. I've been gone all morning. I only have 5 minutes. I assume since it hasn't dropped below 185, it's a no-go. Oh, Abby V. It's it's just sold calls until it loses 185, and then I'm getting puts. So no, I don't particularly care about the bounce. Probably just gonna sell more calls. Can the carry trade even unwind, or is blowing up the only way? Here's the problem. As soon as someone big tries to exit it, everyone else is going to try to get out also, right? So it's got to be like a mutually agreed upon risk that everyone is going to take together. Otherwise, it fails. Which, we saw almost instantaneously over the last few days, right? Would be good to leverage those profits straight into straight up calls. Now, given I'm bullish on the sector, you could. Being bullish on potash into the winter is a bit odd. Are you assuming that things in Ukraine are going to escalate more, or there's going to be supply issues into the end of the year? So blood in, blood out, same like carry trade. Yeah. How do you think AQN's earnings will be Friday morning? I don't care. I assume fine, but it doesn't really matter to me. I know who Mosaic is. I mean, they haven't performed very well on the dollar dominance over the last couple of quarters. Generally, pretty cyclical and seasonal. Why don't you care about it? Why would I care about their earnings? I wouldn't have bought the stock if I gave a shit about their earnings calls. That would be something that was risky versus something safer and defensive, which is why I bought AQN. I mean, I'll look at their earnings after it's over, but I don't really give a fuck about them. They're going to be moderate, maybe slightly better, depending on how they've managed their asset liquidation over the last quarter. TWLO having a tough time around 61. If it pushes through it, seems like it'll pop nicely. 61's resistance. But yes, yeah, you're right. Airbnb. I mean, they still have like $11 billion in cash. Hmm. Dispersion's breaking down a little bit. So's the leverage up. Are we gonna need data? No, we don't have any data, right? German balance of trade was down, but on exports, industrial production picked back up. Imports rose. What happened in oil? Mortgage rates are down. Mortgage applications are up. Mortgage market index is up. Mortgage refinance index is way the fuck up. Purchase index slightly up. Ooh. Used car prices jumped super fucking hard. Let's see. Gas stocks, oil stocks. Okay, so oil stocks down, gas stock up. Oil imports rose. Distillates are fine. Production, gasoline production rose. That should be pretty good for oil. The used car prices thing is interesting. That's a big fucking jump in used car prices. How's Carvana handling that? Not great. Used cars are about the only thing that's been disinflationary. Hmm. Breadth is kind of weak. I mean, RSP's up today, but not quite as much as ES. So dispersion needs to stay. Like, they need to keep pushing dispersion in order to keep the indexes up, which they should be doing. I mean, dollar's still way up against the yen. I don't think we have any immediate geopolitical concerns. Forward yield on volatility still hasn't turned negative, but it's close. We aren't getting a ton of vol shorting. Pricing in about 0.88 rate cuts. Bought a used car on Monday. Tell me I'm winning. What's your interest rate? Is it above 10%? Who are you reading used car price increase from? The used car prices? Mannheim Used Vehicle Index? Paid cash? My man. That might be the perfect way to purchase it. Once upon a time, when I was just out of college and super poor, there was this guy on Craigslist who was trading like a 98 Camry for but it was like mint. It was like his grandmother's 98 Camry. It had like 20,000 miles on it. Leather interior, like nothing was wrong with it. It had never been out of the garage. But he didn't want to sell it. He only wanted to trade it for a dirt bike. So I found a dirt bike on Craigslist for like $500, bought it and traded it with him. He was happy as fuck. Dirt bike arbitrage. It wasn't my first trade. I'm probably still driving that Camry today. No, I sold it like a year and a half later to some guy for like 4 grand. Yeah, I guess it was a nice flip. It worked out. You were slinging Pokemon cards on the playground, weren't you? Oh. Happy 9 years on Twitter. I started that account the same stuff, the same after I started the YouTube channel. The dirt bike was like $500. I got it from some fucking guy in Lake Elsinore. I don't even know if it like ran properly. Is that the part of the Japan carry trade they're talking about? I don't think so. Hmm. It was a decent amount of profit taking on the test, but it's still very well supported right here. Some of the out of the money shit pulled back on the failure, like the 53, like above 53.50. But it looks like there's still plenty of calls at 30 and 40. I don't think there's any data we'd be waiting on here, though. Hmm. Go long Microsoft. How much are the weekly 410s? That's not even that bad. The fucking vol on individual stocks is crushed super hard. Big auction 1 p.m. The 10-year. Think BOJ summary of opinions will have any effect tonight? Yeah, probably, because we'll see how many of the other members are hawkish along with Yuta. Which will be somewhat important, right? No, it wasn't a Japanese bike. I don't. Well, no, maybe it was. You know what? It might have been. But it was a Japanese bike for a Japanese car. That would be a carry trade. Don't we have the auction data today? We have an auction. We have a 10-year auction. DSX has been the shipper I found to be most trash of all. I never liked their earnings either, but I'm gonna take a risk just because it's low, as I would tolerate the. Okay, I don't care. Don't tell me about that. Why would you tell me that? Are you still holding far dated puts? No. Well, not really. Okay, well, some. I still have like like 15 of the like December 5K, and I think I have like 30 of my TQQQ puts left. Is there anything else? I have 2026 NVIDIA puts. I increased my super small options account by 60% today because I stuck to my guns and got a put on the rejection of the TL. Set a stop and everything. Is this learning? Well done. Yeah, that's a start. Executing the correct trade is always good. Choosing when to execute it takes time. Seeing GoView will finally almost out of borrowable shares again on IBKR. I think there'll be any covering into earnings next week. We just are getting past the ETF FTD period now. Possibly, yeah. As implied vol rises, there might be some covering. Microsoft 2 DTE 410 might pay off here. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I was looking at that just a second ago. I find very frequently that I look at Microsoft and then I don't ever buy any of it. What the fuck? Looks like we're getting plenty of sold puts. 5,300, 5,305. Getting some more bought puts out of the money. We got sold call wall. 53. I think that's like 53 fucking 45. And above 53.55. Penis. Big old sold call penis. What level of VIX 3M are you looking for a Vega 2D reentry? Under 14. I would consider it. Is this considered a double bottom on SPY? Hold on. I have to go look at SPY. I have no idea. I don't usually watch it. No? Where? There's no double bottom here. It's a reversal. Almost. Not quite. Above 532, it's a reversal. Yeah, there's I mean, the bottoms are too far apart for this to really be a double bottom. So if we go look at the hourly, hold on, I'll show you. These are way too far apart. They're almost 2.4 240 BPS apart. It's not really a double bottom. It's just a reversal, right? It becomes more of one on a break of 53.50. Well, it confirms the bullish reversal on a break of 53.50. Which is, another 50 BPS from spot. Came pretty close to it this morning. Probably do better on the next leg up. What you really want to watch there is ES. A breakout of the bear flag on ES is where the reversal confirms. So that's like 53.77.75. I think the gap filled, so that's done. but there's definitely still a lot of room to the upside there. Well, not need to improve. It's I see where you're coming from, right? But if you look on a shorter time frame, right, you have an inverse head and shoulders that failed here, right? And then moved into bearish consolidation, which it's still technically in. But it's if it breaks above that bearish consolidation, that's your reversal, right? Again, don't try to use TA to predict future movements. Use it to manage your risk, right? So, if it makes that breakout, that's like where you want to go long, or that's where you want to cut shorts, right? If it fails that breakout, that's where you want to cut longs or enter shorts. Where's the sold peener again? 45? I think it could get blown up. There's quite a lot of calls long at 40 and 50. And then we run into like the bigger sold call wall, which is, above 53.50. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Doritos know all. No, they don't. It's ridiculous. I feel like that 19% dividend is variable. I would check out their actual payouts and their earnings. Usually shipping companies' dividends when they're high like that are based on net profits. I saw a dude trying to sell a 94 diesel 4x4 Toyota Hyundai sleeper van for 6K cash or crypto. If it wasn't across the country, I would have bought it and flipped it. This start at $10 and go up to 230, 20 to 30K. Uh, huh. Just get it shipped. Right? If your margin's that good, just have someone ship it. I have a buddy who makes like solid money just flipping used cars. We bounce off the bottom of the channel for packs. Is it a good buy? Packs? Let me see how it's doing post earnings. I haven't looked at it for a few days. It looks like it's climbing back up again. It's pretty nice. When's the div date? August 19. I don't know if I'm going to pick up more prior to the dividend date. 1 second. I'm trying to look at something. Ooh. Upstart broke above GM. I assume. Hmm. I don't know. Crowd has a nice wedge forming. Doesn't seem like a viable reason to go long. Crowd is reversing. 250s where it gets important. This would be a premature entry, I think. Are credit spreads the best way to grow a small account while managing risk? Yeah. Yeah, they're a pretty good way of doing that. Take a look at cash dividend history on the site. Fluctuated between 7 and 20 cents between 2021 and 2024. Well, the 7 cents isn't so great. The 20 cents is. Yeah, just be careful with how TradingView calculates dividend yields. Because sometimes they'll factor shit like special dividends into that. And shipping companies were paying out crazy amounts back in like 2021. Is the Beyond earnings still expected to be good, you know, by Beyond standards? I mean, they guided up. So I think the question is if they're going to meet those goals or not. Any tip action on it? There wasn't the other day. There's a little bit of covering. I will say that it's unlikely to go much lower than it currently is. There's not much room to the downside here. Meet those, yeah. Upstart a tasty treat to nibble on some 40C. You could try it. Not a ton of shorts on it right now. I don't know how far above GM it's going to go. Trying to learn when to start considering CCs on Upstart on a spike like this. My thought is to wait until the uptrend starts to level out. Just wait until vol crushes. Does your COF play a ratio spread? Yes. Do we wake up to EPAM 300 tomorrow after pre-market earnings? You know they guided down from this earnings. You're gonna just hold all of your shit into earnings? Despite the fact that it's trading like $7 lower than its recent high? What would it take for Beyond shorts to get squeezed? Beyond announces restructuring of debt. That would help, maybe. I don't know if that would squeeze the shorts. I don't think most of the shorts are on Beyond or anywhere near at risk of going underwater. Like near dated vol shorts have exposure, but longer dated short positions that are, you know, betting on bankruptcy or in way the fuck above its current price. People were shorting it back when it was like in the 180s, 140s. So bulls slam into resistance all day and then we implode. No, I don't think so. We're far better supported to the downside than we were yesterday. We have positive charm. I don't think this is really at risk of imploding here. There's just a little bit of risk. That we get like harder rejections, right? Like not that the rejections are gonna fail, you know, 100 BPS, but just they're just gonna be rough because the MM is still very negative delta and gamma. Yes? Okay. So you don't want the Land Rover. I give you a stock at 160, it goes to 220, and you're like, I'm gonna hold this shit through a binary unknown event. Alright. You got a hedge? You gonna hedge it? Little? No? Never mind. Fuck, I burned my finger. Trading? That's impressive. I thought I was quick. The fuck are you talking about? No, I'm talking about Beyond Meat. I burn my finger every time I hit the buy button. Nice. Like the stream, por favor. Thank you so much, Visceral. Yeah, if you guys could, that's nice. UST JPY back to 150 today, because why not? Yeah, actually. Any update on Upstart Greeks? No. Not yet. Doing some work on the website right now during the intraday. Actually, maybe I have them over here. Ooh, I do. Looks like Gamma Max 3250. Hmm. Want pizza puts for earnings tomorrow. I don't play earnings. I can tell you what the MM expected move is and how much you're overpaying for options. The 1 day expected move is 4.2%. 1 week's 9.5, 1 month's 19.4. So priced up quite a bit. Implied volatility is ridiculously high. TWLO getting pinned to 61. It's a big resistance. I'm gonna short Apple soon. Its recovery doesn't make sense after the abysmal earnings. Hmm. Expected move? Add the price of the front month at the money call and the front month at the money put, and then multiply by 85%. You can also take the straddle and the strangle and divide them by 2. There's better ways of doing it, but those are the easiest. WTI is on fire. Yeah, oil's going up hard today. It's nice. Can you make the market go up or down? My break's almost over, and I don't want to keep holding these NVIDIA 2 DTEs. That's awkward. Whoa, whoa, Twizzler. Eh, not really. It's just a rejection at 25. We are building more out of the money sold calls, like 25, 30. Not getting a lot of out of the money bot calls, which is pinning us here. Ooh. Back at 407, huh? Oh, bother. Hmm. $53.30 and 5300 all day, aren't we? I would say that's pretty reasonable until we get to the latter part of the day. We're starting to get some more out of the money calls, but um it's a little weaker than I'd like it to be. Some weakness on the failure. Let's see. So Microsoft, Delta neutrals 401, Gamma neutrals 410. We keep rejecting off the underside of GN, but call interest is picking up. Weeklies aren't enough time, I don't think. And weekend risk might not be worth it. When we were away on Monday, lots of brokers had access issues. Hood, Fidelity, Schwab, E-Trade, Vanguard. What are your thoughts on what happened? That's pretty common when you have like any kind of dramatic market event, flash crash type situation, anything like that. It helps to have conditional orders set on stuff you're holding, especially if you're up. Um because those can execute even if the brokerage access is down. But yeah, it's everyone logging in trying to sell their shit, and it tends to inundate their systems. That's the one thing I actually like about WeBull is that it rarely goes down in events like that. IBKR usually doesn't either. Yeah, I think we've talked about Polestar a few times. They're interesting. I don't think they really make any money, but they've been doing a bit better, trying to get their margins somewhat more positive. Holy moly, Polestar is cheap. Yeah. Getting a few more bot calls. 5310, 5315. I would actually say Gamma's pretty flat here, but there's no volume to push anything. Makio Skinner, welcome to dinner. Thank you so much, man. Oh, it's the wrong thing. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Bounce off view up was annoying. Did you contract with MGK? No, Visceral made it. Who's MGK? There's no volume. Why would I short Saba? I don't pay attention to that fucking stock anymore. Market wants to grind up on no volume usually. Not in a negative gamma environment. Remember, downticks outweigh upticks right now, so no, not ideal. Hard breaks to the upside overnight are far better for for the bulls than trying to push up against the market maker all day. Can you lean on the mic and say selling begets selling? It doesn't have a lot of room to the downside. We have huge supports at 5,300 and 5,295. It's just we don't have a lot of call interest to push prices up. It's not terrible, it's just not a lot. And there's some put walls, like 5,320 is a put wall. 5,300 still got a put wall. There are a lot of calls building up at 53.30. Breaking the wedge here relevant or not really? Yeah, it is, because a failure of the wedge would be quite bearish, and then we'd have to find new support. Maybe they maxed out the carry trade for the day. I think the problem is holding dispersion together. It's been hard for them to consistently establish, the short index vol, long underlying vol position, because most of the big tech stocks are also, under gamma neutral, delta neutral, right? So it's an uphill battle, and selling vol into this environment is not exactly encouraged. It's not like everyone wants to do it, especially everyone that just got blown up over the last few days. Who designed the Greeks, or has it evolved to its complexity over time? Well, initially, Yelya came up with the idea of looking at the market maker positioning, um, in the way that we currently do. But we've adapted it a lot since, what was that, 2.5 years ago? When I lose all my EPAM gains, will you be here to comfort me? Every day, Rims and Tims. I don't know. Work stuff, I guess. The Greeks were. Do you still talk to Yelya? I haven't in like probably about a year. She kind of went MIA. Did you get an offer on the house? No. Although I think he has till like 7 p.m. today. This chop is killing me. It's gonna be rough. Did I hear you say they're already leveraging up after last night's BOJ news? Yeah, they are. Total leverage in the trade went from like 6.9 before the announcement to 7.1 now. So it's risen. The big thing they're fighting back against here is that VIX is still in backwardation, right? It's trimming, and it's getting a lot closer, but that forward yield on volatility is still fucking with the bulls. And they're not going to be able to squeeze out any of the short call positioning, or squeeze back into the underwater short puts until they can get past that, right? And reduce the drag of that positive demand on vol. Dork, what is it? That's awkward. Well, I mean, at least the spreads are keeping pace, right? Sort of. Better than divergence? Could just be releveraging into marginable securities, right? I gotcha. I meant more so who created the idea of delta, gamma, etc. Like the Greeks. I mean, I wouldn't say they were created, but they're a how to put this. They're derived as part of the Black-Scholes model. But options have been around long before we figured out how to price them properly, right? Like Fisher Black and Mirren Scholes invented the pricing model that we use today, right? And that was back in like 1973. But I mean, I think the first discussions around um like options as like a tradable instrument go back to like Thales, like the olive harvests in Greece, like ancient Greece. Thales of Miletus. Yeah, they weren't invented. They're derived from the pricing model. Ancient Greek degens. Well, futures and options aren't the same. Futures history probably goes even further back. So the story time, if possible. Um, oh, what like there was a book by Aristotle, um, Politics, I think, that talked about Thales of Miletus and how he made money off of the olive harvest. Um, so he predicted that there would be like a huge harvest, and he wanted to profit off of that prediction, and so he cornered the market for olive presses. Well, he tried to corner the market for olive presses, but he didn't have the money. So he paid the owners of the presses to secure the rights to use them. So when the olive harvest came up and there was a huge demand for the presses, he resold his rights to use those presses to the olive growers that needed to use them. So it wasn't really an. I mean, he'd invented the option essentially. I'm sure there were other instances throughout history, but I think that's like the first recorded one. What's it called though? Yeah, the right to, the underlying asset at this price, right? The best technical indicator is still Astro having some random guy tell us the price. Convince me otherwise. Not tell the price, read the ask off the order book. Solon of Athens invented the short ladder attack. Put options are fairly new. I think like the 1690s. I mean, way, way, way later than a call, right? Sick of the motherfucking drops and this motherfucking wedge. Well, it's not bullish consolidation. I'm just imagining the town crier dreading going out in the morning to tell the town the current exchange rates and good prices for the day, to then be pelted by olives. Yeah. It's almost like we're consolidating for something at 1 p.m. Yeah. Probably not a lot gonna happen until after the auction. We already went past the 17 week, and I think it came in low. Doesn't look like there was a tail. Yeah, they're still out of the money calls. What are the potential implications of the action? And we're looking at pricing on the 10-year, right? If the 10 and 2 uninvert, and they're very close right now, it could drive volatility up. Like the 2 years 4.02 right now, 10 years 3.95. Volatility up. Nvidia's still having a rough time with 105. Hmm. Ooh, shit. Nvidia and Microsoft both dumped. Yup. The Bulls couldn't keep it up. I don't think this is such a big deal yet. We haven't lost support, but losing 50, we haven't lost 52.95 yet. opens up a futures test back at 5,300 if it continues to fail. Filling the entirety of the gap seems unlikely. That's not good. There's a little tiny bit of support here. If we lose 90, no. Yeah. Well, I guess if we lose like 87, we could drop to 65. Or puts at 50. What the fuck is that? Someone going synth long at 53.50? Holy shit. Dude, what the fuck is going on there? Is it 53.55? Holy shit. Yeah, for today. It's either synth short or synth long, I'm not sure, but it's fucking massive. It looks like a synth long. Someone's selling a lot of 5350 puts. Like a metric fuck ton of them. $2,500. Actually, 5,000 of them. In the last 5 minutes. Could be bullish. They could just pull it back on the bounce, right? And take profits. That's just all delta, right? Zero DTE. That was me. I was feeling spicy. I mean, it's not. It's not. Yeah, I mean, it is. It is bullish. Sorta. Trying to think of how it changes the dynamic of hedging. Pushes the market maker into a buyer on the upside move more strongly. Bullish, but be careful because they can pull it back on a bounce. Yeah. If it's a zero DT hedge for with theta, they want to offset. It could. I mean, we have no idea why the trade was placed, right? We can only consider the effects of the trade being placed. Doesn't look like it's getting smaller. Hmm. Alright. Back above the 295 support. Still need to get back above 5,300. That was a big sell-off. So keep an eye on these. See what goes on with that contract. Bullish as long as there weren't also 5,000, 5,300 Ps. No, there weren't. What's up with NASDAQ futures? Hard to push dispersion when everything's delta and gamma negative, right? Guess his new sense of taste and COVID. This guy? Aren't bulls supposed to be crushing vol here? It's very dangerous. If we get back above 5,300, they might start selling puts again. But I don't think they're going to do it right here. It's laying on some thick bets to try to keep it from dropping, though. Mm. Is there a theoretical limit for how high VIX can go? No, not really. It's historically only ever gone so high. I'm not sure if you mentioned it. Looks like 5350 synth line was coupled with a similar position at 9:20 a.m. Yeah, this one's a lot bigger though. It's also persisting, like they're not closing it yet. Do you have a Zujirushi rice cooker? Or what kind? Oh, I have a cuckoo. It's a CRP P0609S. I used to have a Zojirushi. Zojirushi? She? Yeah, I think that's how it's pronounced. Those are really good. They're really good rice cookers. Someone entered a big fat synth long at 53.50 or synth short. Ouch. Maybe it is synth short. Call side of that trade doesn't seem to be equivalent though. It's not gone. Fucked, but not gone. Ouch. Yeah, well, 75 is the next downside support, and it's not much of one. Hmm. Trend support. Okay, that's filled. Trend support back at 64. 69 on the daily. Was there news? Not that I'm aware of. No, don't see any news. Just failed the support at 95. Not a lot of calls sold before the drop. We're delta negative on the 0 DTEs by quite a bit here. Charms negative here. Gamma. What's interesting is that synth short doesn't seem to have had, well, synth long or synth short or whatever the 53.50 position is, doesn't seem to have had much of an effect on anything. I'm guessing it's synth short. Let me think about that. Sold out of the money call paired with in the money bought puts. Well, there's a huge fucking drop in dealer delta right as that position came in. So I'm gonna go with synth short, which would, yeah, that would be sold calls bought puts. Hmm. Sep 20. Oh, interesting. I see. Multi-leg. So calendar. Or they just rolled the position forward. That's interesting. It's a bearish position, right? I think so, yeah. It's hard to tell. It's kind of far out of the money and or in the money. But the effect on the dealer hedge looks pretty fucking bearish. I mean, if not just the really obvious effect of going down. Although I'm not sure if that's just because we lost support or because of the position itself. It looks like there was so it looks like August 7th below the bid. What the fuck? Okay, so it looks like August 7th calls sold or bought. See, yeah, it looks like August 7th calls bought. September 20, 5350 puts sold. And then more August 7 also bought. That one's more mid, but and then more 50 through another 2500 sep 20 5350s, which are also at the mid of the spread. So I'm not really too sure there. Like long the August 7 call, short the put. That would be bullish. Hmm. Who the fuck's buying the 5350 above the ask? Yeah, it's gotta be long. It's gotta be long the call. Weird. Did a big player get rugged by the market maker? Maybe. I mean, it might have just been that we slipped the resistance like right at the same time, right? Like these kind of happened simultaneously. So maybe they went synth long, tried to try to stop the breakdown, and then that just didn't do anything, right? Yeah, maybe mistimed. I mean, there's been no volume on the contract since 1152. And then the other contract is the short put, but it's for Sep 20, and that's the 5350 put. Right, this was at 1149. So it looks like they sold the put on the reversal. Like they sold the shit out of the put on the reversal. And went long the 5350 call. But I'm interested. Oh, you know what? Did they go August put? August 7, 5350 put? Yeah, there's fucking 20. There's 5,000 volume on that too. And they're in at 60-60. The puts at 72 now. Hmm. Maybe the MM went long the 0 DT put. And the 0 DT put had the edge. Because the Sep 20 August 7 position was multi-leg. Yeah, so it seems like just bad timing on the entry. I think they opened the something earlier today and then rolled it up. Rolled it to September 20 a.m. The call side's on just all on August 7th, though. What does positioning look like down here below 5,300? There's actually not much. There's sold puts down at like 5270, 75. There's a few calls like 5280 out, and then a lot of calls 5295, 5305. 5300 is net negative still, but there's a lot of sold puts at 5300 also. So if we can push back up through 5300, it'll act as a bit of a springboard. Interesting. There's still like no fucking short vol, which is weird, right? It's weird that they're not shorting any vol. The ES wedge, bear flag, looks like it's prepping to break down. Well, we just got support on the low. But maybe. It definitely failed to break out. But that doesn't mean we're not going to push again to try to break out, right? 5361 futures seems to be a bit difficult. But that's also the reversal point, so makes sense. Does it make sense for them to wait for the auction to short vol? Or at least into the auction, right? They're going to want to be in a better position than they are now going into the auction, I think. QQQ still looks absolutely terrible. I mean, high or low. It's not great. Like, dispersion broke down really hard on the sell-off, but it's also QQQ, so it can recover really fucking fast. Now I really want to log Microsoft. $95 and 53.05 are the big call levels. Okay, you may hate this take, but hear me out. GS Note last night theorized Monday being like a stop out and large vol product players not coming back in for a few days or weeks. They've already sold vol in size over the last 2 days, so I don't think that's true at all. I think they're just trying to fucking all of those analyst reports are always bullshit. They just don't want other people selling vol while they capitalize on vol being at like 25, right? Our chances of climbing to 5,300, 5,350, 5,400 dramatically decreased now. If those 5,350 puts are sold, they've increased. And that would be evidence that somebody's building a more durable bullish position and trying to prevent the market maker from selling the downtick. Or at least force the MM to buy the uptick harder, right? Buffett has more T-bills than the Fed. Is he trying to lock the float? No, he's just getting that sweet, sweet fucking interest. JPM doesn't roll the collar except on the end of the month. It gets a lot more bullish above 52.95. And then even more bullish above 53.05. Hmm. I don't think there's 500 people watching and 61 likes. There's 207 likes, which is still really fucking low. But, I mean, BNED's doing a little thingy today. That's cool. It'd be a lot cooler if the little thingy it was doing was going the fuck back down to $5. What's your go-to cologne for Tinder dates? Oh, it's lime and elderflower and bergamot. Bergamot. Aunt Annie's released a perfume. I'd use that. Elderflower, not elderberries. Blue de Chanel. There's a place in New York City called Olfactory where you can just have your own cologne made. I also have a coconut lime one. Sounds ritzy. It's actually not that expensive. And they smell a lot better than the expensive shit. Perfumes are super fucking cheap to make. They're massive markups. That's why every fucking dickhead in the world has their own cologne line. And before you ask when pickle cologne line, I'm not making one. We demand pickle juice cologne. Okay, the 0 DTE short calls sold off on the drop. Short calls bought back. Yeah, like bought to close on the drop. Still haven't regained 52.95. Still no short ball. Hmm. I haven't heard from Todd since the incident. Dude, Todd's not putting in much work today. Vol's just been going up ever since fucking open. I have some stability here, but I feel like it's gonna fail again and retest the trend. Because we failed to get 95, which is not good. Dispersion still looks weak. Carry trade leverage isn't abating, but the forward yield on vol's going up. Yeah, there's almost no vol shorting. Not today. Well, not in the intraday today. That looks fucking terrible. That looks okay on the longer time frame, but not quite a turnaround. Gherkin, I'm confused. What? They need to bulls need to get it above 52.95 and 53.05 to stabilize the upside price action. If we slip here, we're gonna fall back probably to 65 or 60. We've got an inverse head and shoulders, so we need to see if it fails or if we bounce off this level. The dispersion trade looks weak, right? It doesn't look like they've turned it around very much. If that slips, we probably fail further. $53.04 end of day. I feel like if we move back to the upside of 5,300, it's gonna be really bullish. Like they're gonna push at least like 53.20 because they still have the long calls out there. Tesla's acting disturbingly resilient at 198. It's got a ton of support at 200. You mean not shorting vol the day before the next jobs report data? It's just the fucking. It's not like important jobs data, right? It's just like claims. So fucking who gives a shit? It's not that important. It's not like it's gonna shift around massively. We'll just be like up a few thousand or down a few thousand. Vol's still pushing up. We're losing 80. We're gonna slip 60 back to 60. 60 before it runs into resistance, I think. Or well, support. That's going to be a failure of the ES trend, right? $80 is the line here because this is where they're selling the puts. So, what few puts they've sold. So if these squeeze, it opens up the downside. I mean, technically, it opens up the downside to like 52.20. But we'd be squeezing more puts on the way down. Does this remind you of last Friday? No, not particularly. It's more like yesterday, but earlier in the day. Could the auction reverse this? If we keep pushing down, we're gonna squeeze out a bunch of short puts. So I don't know. They got 10 minutes. I guess they could try to sell puts here, but they're not, right? Vol's just going up. No, we already failed the lower channel. Thanks, Popcorn. Did you go long Microsoft? No. Thank fucking God. I love this market. Both legs of my strangle printed from yesterday. Yeah. Yeah. The overnights are still doing really well. 25.96. Fix is gonna push 26. Support. Where do we get in support here? 65. That's not a real fucking support. Let's see. They're selling the 55.50, 45.40. This one's long the puts at 35. So tell me DM and then not send me a DM. That shows a bad time to sell. Maybe. Or they chose a really good time to buy. Although that is their job. They were like, wow, these dollars are going to be worthless. We should use them to buy something. Oh, okay. You were approaching it from a totally different angle. I definitely picked the wrong day to quit sniffing glue. Pushing into the short puts. This should open us up. Well, down to 40. Let me run into a little bit more resistance. Auctions in 6 minutes, so maybe we stabilize prior to the auction. Yeah, dispersion's hitting yesterday's highs again. Or, well, correlation is. Actually, just passed yesterday's high, which was right before close. Dollar's still up. 5 years rising pretty quickly. 210. Everyone just freaking out that it's gonna uninvert again. I don't think it's gonna uninvert off the back of this auction. The 10-year is cheap as fuck right now. The yield's cheap as fuck. Bump. That's not even support. 52.25 would be better. Alright, so stabilize into the auction. No, no, we're still leveraged up from where we were last night. We're at 7.1 right now. They've been leveraging up into the drop. It's that forward yield on vol is still kicking their ass, though. I mean, forward yield on vol right now is at 9.77%. Earlier today, got down to a low of 2.42. So it might just be everyone freaking out that the auction is going to be the auction's going to uninvert the 10-2. I don't think it's that big of an auction though. Only so many weeks of New York summer left. Are you going away anywhere to rest and relax? I don't do that. I've been here for 3 fucking years. Haven't you noticed that? I'm like here every day, pretty much. Sorry, I'm just super confused. The big position was bullish, but we're just continuing to drop. How is this working? Well, the big position, while big, is not that big. It's only like 5,000 contracts. And it looks like the short side, like the shorter dated side of that position is bearish, and the longer dated side of that position is bullish. The man showed up with a fever hotter than the sun for weeks. I don't know. Why would I go on vacation? That's what weekends are for. It just means it's long overdue. I can like go on vacation when I'm like dead, right? My daily straddle is not 5,000 contracts. It's usually sized between 25 and 35. That's on SH. Is that the short S&P? Is that the unlevered one? I think that's like the 1 day fund. That one's awkward. I think it's really good if the market's just dropping like really fast. But I don't think it provides leveraged returns. I think they're just like cap weighted returns. Do, do, 10-year yield before the auction 3.929. Fed bids 8 billion out of 42. Yeah. The auction's not over yet. Pretty massively negative delta. There's a little bit of positioning shifts. So they're ready to turn it around on the auction if the auction isn't bad. Oh, here we go. Actual 3.96. So fat tail, 4 points. 10-year bid to cover 2.32. Yeah, that's not great. We're probably going to 52.40. Fat tails. It's almost like our debt's garbage or something. Ooh. It's basically no man's land until CPI, PPI. Consolidate, grind up. Nothing really to cause downside action besides failed positioning. Well, no, we have a 30-year auction. We have this 10-year auction. Looks like we're bull trapping a little bit. Trying to think how yields rising rapidly is going to affect things. So that didn't invert the 10-2 or uninvert the 10-2. 2's at 4.03. As long as it doesn't uninvert it. Yen carry up 0.05 immediately after the auction. So a little leverage up. Hold on. More short puts coming in. Just below spot. 3 strikes below spot and at spot. Long puts to the upside of us at 70.75. Then gamma kind of flattens out above that. So above 80, gamma's actually pretty flat. I don't know if they're gonna be able to stabilize this here or not. This will be tough. Winter, welcome to Pigeon Whale. Thank you so much. Wait, is that not working? Piece of shit. Well, first you get that. Hit big on my Tesla puts. Thanks for the good years. You got it, man. Congratulations. I don't know why the fucking Pigeon Wheel song's not working. Let's use this one over here. Oh, this is the same one. I don't think 50 matters. Can I get the bear sign to jinx my gains? The best I could do is Tesla support at 195. Tesla GN was 199. DN is 184. But there is some support at 95. If Tesla loses 95, it looks like it's going straight to fucking 80. Surprised this hasn't dumped. They're trying to sell. I'm not entirely sure that getting a tail on the 10-year here is bad, right? It reinverts the curve more. Should. As long as the 2-year also rises, which it's not doing. Do you like AQN? I own a bunch of it. I hope so. No, it tightens the spread. It should raise the dollar. Why would it tighten the spread? Well, it'll tighten the spread if the 2-year doesn't move up, right? So I guess the question is, do Fed fund futures keep pricing in like 90 cuts, 90 points of cuts, or do they ease off a little bit more? If they ease off a little bit more, that should allow more leverage back in. What kind of bizarre world are we in? We're rooting for the curve to reinvert. I'm not rooting for it. Just gaming out what can happen. I got a couple puts back at 280. I think I'm okay. Are we dumping? Yeah, 52.40 is the next stop. I'm gonna squeeze out some short puts. Which we were doing. We were pushing into the short puts. The last of the short puts is down at... What's that? That's 50... 40? Yeah, last of the short puts are down at 40, so that's the next probable support, but there's a shitload of long puts out below 40. Also, under 52.40, we start to get like sucked into delta neutral and the JPM puts, which is one of the reasons we've had such strong support at 40 over the last couple days. So losing 40 really bad. Well, bearish. Not bad. How I like Fed futures. I like how Fed futures were predicting a crash like 3 days ago, and now it's all good. I mean, they're still pricing in like fucking 3 rate cuts, more than 3 rate cuts by January, which is excessive. We peaked at like 4.5. And that was on like Monday's low. But we're still at like 3.5 here. $50 points in September is at 80%. Yeah, they're pricing in a double cut in September, and they were pricing in 4 cuts by before Jan. How strong is IWM resistance at 203? I mean, support on IWM at 203? It's not that consequential. Most of the interest on IWM's at 200 and 205. Yeah, failure at 205 is far more important. This is probably go back to 200, like down here into this range again. Put capitulation when they're still selling the put and the money. They're not. They're not gonna. I mean, they're squeezing out as far as the market makers hedge goes, but they're not closing the puts. They just sold more at 50 and 55. When are they reverse splitting? After earnings? This company actually makes money. I mean, not a lot of it, but hmm. Okay, they don't make that much money. Not a lot of debt though. They just don't make any profit on the things they sell. Ew. Grid scale batteries. Yeah. Well, zero DT put selling besides the synth everything I'm discussing right now is the zero DT. Yeah. Could try to stabilize here. There's a little bit of support, but not much. It make more sense to test 40 and then stabilize. We've got the momentum, right? If we lose 40, we're going down. Going down hard. That was the auction. Big fat tail. No one wants the 10-year. Thanks, just one a moon. That's awesome, man. Bulls have gone limp D on us. Not so easy when you have infinite leverage above GN, is it? It's a lot easier to pump the market when the market maker is not working against you super fucking hard. Probably helps when the MM's not dumping like $40 billion at a clip. It's more the bulls won't short vol. It's super fucking dangerous. I feel like a V is coming here. Tell me why not. Okay, so they could try to V it here. You're not entirely wrong. There's a tiny bit of support, but it's very small. There's a lot of out of the money puts below 40. We're only $7 off of that. And any rejection's gonna get sold off pretty hard, right? So yeah, they're trying. They're selling in the money puts, betting on a reversal. But if we just keep dumping, they're gonna have to close those puts. ABBV is less than $1 away from GM right now. But plays like a couple weeks out. Or well, next week. It's fine. It's not breaking down quickly, but it is breaking down. Looks like it's sold off from its high today already. I still want it to go below 85 before I buy puts on it. Like, confirm the drop below 85. So I guess like 80, under 83, I would pick up the put. I should sell some more calls here while it's up. My plan's to pick up at a cross of GM with a short call. $183, you say? Guess where I bought puts yesterday? It was slightly above 183. No problem, Richie. Congratulations, dude. Yeah, this looks like a bigger continuation of the dump is going to occur. Hmm. Those are some fucking pricey options. It's getting ugly. Do we go down to 50? 5,200 isn't impossible if we lose 40. But 40 is support. Is there any chance Yuta comes out tonight and says, don't listen to Uchida? More hikes, more tightening, fuck your calls. I mean, it's definitely a hotly contested issue for Japan, right? Market stabilization or currency stabilization, and they gotta choose one or the other. need to bounce back above 50 to catch to push back up into the short puts. So any failed reversal below 50 is probably bearish continuation. And then bearish continuation with enough momentum would probably push through the tiny support we have at 40. So keep an eye on that. I'll be right back. What the fuck is going on with this thing? Hold on. What's up, Water Bucket? Does this fucking work now? No. I knew it was blacking out. I just said I'm gonna black out for a second here. And then that happened and everyone's like, oh my god, F in chat. Fucking Bulls got him. It's ridiculous. Now push him back up through the short puts here. A little bit of a reversal. Resistance to the upside at 70. Gap at 60. I will be right back. Did I miss anything cool? No, bounce just stalled out. Nice. I guess we get quadruple stopped out for a 1K loss. That sucks. Oh no. I need a tiny fork. 1 second. It sounds fancy, because it is. I saw that, Gordon. I've got a massive bowl of melon to eat. Oh, that's a good melon. That is unreal. How does the USD JPY hedge carry over to SPX equities? And the dollar moves due to the auction tails. I'm trying to pick up a good hedge for my spread, and I'm not sure I should use VIX or a box spread. I'd be careful using VIX. I mean, you're probably... So you want to box your profits, right? That's going to be infinitely safer than trying to use VIX as a relevant hedge. I mean, dollar down, spread tighter, right? However, the auction had a tail, which should mean dollar up and more leverage into the spread. Group 60 feet tall, using the tiny fork as an excuse. Yum, what kind? It's a Tuscan melon? Yeah, Tuscan melon. Tuscan cantaloupe. If we drop below DN, JPM, where would our next stop be? 5,100 might be the next relevant support. I mean, really, the next major support is 5,000. From Costco? No, I bought it at a Where the fuck did I buy it? It was like last week. Where the fuck did I go shopping? It wasn't from Whole Foods. I have to look at my fucking orders. I think I got it from Morton Williams or Agata and Valentina. I'm not sure which. I do need to go to Costco, though. I also want to fucking go out to Brooklyn. It's a pain in the ass. This fucking melon is so good. Grocery order book? Is everything a tradable commodity to you? No, I just order all my groceries online and have... It'd be rude to call them servants. I have professionals bring my food to me. They're not slaves, they're paid money. I am allergic to melons. But just like a little bit. I'll be okay. There's a lot of things I'm just a little bit allergic to. It's not like a mango where I'll just die. No, interns aren't paid. You're paying your interns? What are you doing? It's super fucking inconvenient to carry groceries around New York City. That's the worst. Like, I can't do that. It'd be... Like, either you buy basically nothing, right? Or you need, like, a cart or something. I'm not gonna go pushing a fucking cart around the city. I have some pride. Have you all tried to transport groceries on a subway or bus? I mean, you just get an Uber, but that's not the point. Yeah, I know. The bounce failed. What's below 5240 now? 5200. I can't get over how ridiculously good this melon is. Like, I'm getting a light dusting of hives in and around my mouth. Just gonna keep eating it. I bet there's some pickle jar members that want you to turn up your mic. Please don't. No. So I'm trying to crash the market, me too. Should I have been trying to crash the market all along? Maybe. That's how you make the big bucks. Hmm. Need to just remember the the major institutions that participate in our financial markets are so over leveraged that we can't share their trade data with foreign entities. I'm talking about swaps, right? You know it. I full ported sold puts, same like bulls. Now my broker is calling me. What do? They're selling the 25 put, although not very many of them. Is TLT a safe play for 50% of my HSA? Not if inflation picks back up. Nice, man. TWLO doing a poopy. It's got pretty flat gamut of the downside to its support. Is 500k contracts a minute considered high volume for NDX? I have no idea what the fuck this is measuring. It sure as fuck is an options volume. I think it's total shares across all components. That would make more sense. Any prediction for end of day price action? Well, I think this could keep falling. There's a tiny bit of support at 25. If we bounce back above 43, we could swing up to like 63 again. You were so bullish this morning. What happened? Was it wrong to be bullish? We went up 182 points. And then we went down 193. Is tonight the night that futures slurps us down to 5,100? You mean 5,175? What data later in the week is important for IWM or SPX? The 30-year auction tomorrow is a little bit important, but that's it. There's like no fucking data this week. We're going to be moving into that pre-SLD period, which I would be cautious of. Cautious of VUPs? Yeah. Is there prosciutto on the melon? No. Thoughts on SPX or SPXU, which are 3x leverage inverse ETFs as an alternative to SPX puts? Yeah, you can use both of those. I mean, they all do the same thing. They're short the SPX. SPXU and SPXS are tax advantaged, which is an important consideration. I'm pretty sure they're tax advantaged. Do you see a reversal this week? I mean, what do you guys want from me? I gave you the chart. Here, this is what I think. I don't have a wife. I don't get it. Yeah, that's a you problem. What does the 89.41% come out to after running it through the JFresh hates this filter? I mean, JFresh was bullish this week. I was only intermittently bullish and then bearish into the end of the week. You knew Dirk had no input on the chart as its axis have labels and scales. Yeah, axes. Who's winning this week? Me. Yeah, because we still don't have a metric that changes anything but betting on the end of week spread. The put I sold earlier is now worth 4.5k. Snickers, what are you doing, man? Why don't you have stops? Would you please use stops? Every day you're like, that's another 10 grand I've blown up. At least blow the money up slower. Stops are for quitters. No. Who has the most wins? Me. I wish we could stop playing around with the dollar at 103. This is ridiculous. Just go to 98 already. Getting close to NQ support. If ES makes a higher low, we'll be looking at support right here at 20, which is like 5250. If we move down to the next support, which is quite bearish, that's 5234. Which is about 5205 SPX. The most likely closing price for the week, according to this model, is 5186. If you're a piece of heavy duty construction equipment, which would you be? Skid steer. Your model is bad, and you should feel bad. So far, it's been pretty fucking accurate. It's very good at defining the trading range. All that vol shorting they did, just a waste. Yep. That's just basic stats, Glorp. I know, it's fun. Are Upstart puts gonna print?
Hmm. Well, it's kind of smashed through GM. Is that 5% above? Let's see. Yeah, we got about almost 10%, a little bit more than 10% above GM before it got rejected. It's falling back towards GM now. I would say, given the current financial climate, it's unlikely to hold these higher prices. I mean, the sluice was not very favorable to lending conditions, but Upstart does do exceedingly well off the limited scope in which they lend. I'm mostly just pissed that I didn't get assigned on any CSPs at all. Yeah, there's still time. So here we are. I talked to my evil twin, and we wanted to ask you what you thought might happen if we had physical access to a Citadel facility leased by a Japanese mega conglomerate. I don't know. It seems like it would be an opportunity to have a bunch of data, or not. SPX falling gracefully at 5,200. We're almost there. Well, 5,205, 5,200. This little band right here is where I'd like to see things. I would not like to see things stabilize at 5,210. Although I will say we'll probably close either slightly below or slightly above 5,200 end of day, given the current positioning. Do you have a similar chart for IWM? Um, I could. Might take some tuning. Something like that. I'm not going long Microsoft. Stop it. You can't make me. I went long Microsoft. Why? I didn't even go long Microsoft. Do you think you were smarter than me, Cobra? If we bounce, how high could it go? Oh god, a bounce would be pretty hard. um, I don't know, like 25. Back to 25. A rejection there would be very likely. I guess this is still very bearish. Like the chances of us falling down to like 4,200, 4,195 are pretty high. There's a lot of long puts to the downside here. And things get worse if we lose 5210. Like, this is stabilizing, but it's not all that supportive. 5210, sorry. 5210. 5200. I'm surprised the rejection was this strong, considering Japan froze rates. I mean, the carry trade's still levered up. It's not doing anything, but they levered it up. The forward yield on vol is at 15.58, and that's, like I said, still a big fucking problem. Also, the 10 and 2 are almost uninverted again, which is probably scary. Chick TM, how you don't have a Hoka sponsor yet blows my mind. What the fuck? Well, they did pump this morning, it just failed. We use a synthetic swap on the US 10-year, Japanese 10-year. Apparently this is someone's like wait, I don't want to share if it has any identifiable information. I don't know. Someone's just getting like a shitload of Hoka ads on the stream. Just don't say Hoka, okay? Don't talk about them. You're making it worse. There's an uninversion version of the 10-2. I mean, markets are pricing longer dated risk. They're pricing up risk of holding longer term securities. Is that why it's a big deal? There's a number of reasons it's a big deal. That's one of them. Is there a point where the pull of the GPM DN becomes too strong to just sell puts, buy calls? Or they have to do more volume or in the money? mm, I mean, they need a shift in sentiment here. It's not that it's too strong to sell puts, buy calls. It's that, we're so negative gamma and delta that even if they do that, any upside rejection or profit taking can pull us right back down or lower, right? Like rejections in this range, much like, the opposite of when we are positive gamma. When the market falls, the MM is buying on the way down, right? So it doesn't generally fall very far, and then it rebounds very strong. So strong bounce, right? When we're negative gamma, like we are now, it's hard for the market to rise because the MM the MM is right here. The MM is selling into rising prices. So it makes it hard to reverse trends to the upside. And then the market maker is selling into the downtrend. So you have strong rejections. Sometimes so strong that they fall through prior supports, right? Because selling only half the people watching the stream have liked it. What the fuck? Step up and represent. I'm doing my part to hide the stream. Unliked. Your RFK said he was the one who left the dead bear cub in a New York City park over a decade ago. No. The brainworms made him do it. Can't you get brainworms from eating bear meat? Yeah, probably. Maybe that's how he got the worms. Makes sense. RFK will claim to be DB Cooper if it keeps him in the headlines. Bears are riddled with worms from all the raw meat they eat. Yeah. Oh, straddle. Vic Vol's way too high for a strangle. RFK had it in his trunk and he was going to bring it home to eat it. He couldn't get home on time with it, I guess, because he had a flight to catch. So he dumped it instead. That's amazing. He also put an old bike with it as a joke that the cyclists are crashing into things. I've met a Kennedy or two, and that's on brand. That settles it. He's got my vote. I can't. Is he pro bicyclist or anti bicyclist? Because I mean that's a sentiment that crosses the aisles, right? You could really swing voters with an anti bicyclist campaign. The only people that are pro bicyclist are bicyclists. Do New Yorkers hate cyclists? Yeah, because they run into your fucking car when you're stopped places. And they run red lights all the time because they're assholes. Parked and at a complete stop, I have been run into by 10 or 12 bicyclists in the city. Fortunately, I've never hit one. Mandatory registration and insurance for bicycles and apply traffic tickets to them. Yeah. Like, you can't fucking run red lights just because you're on a bike. Dork's a mountain bicyclist. There's no cars there. You fucking do whatever you want. Is it weird that I can't picture you driving? It's just like this, but with a steering wheel in front of me. Hold on. I can fix this. That's not working. You drive a Jetta? I mean, I'm not that hot. Whoops. I almost bounced the market back to 6,000. Oh, there it is. See? That's what I look like when I'm driving. No, I'm that happy. Immediately after hitting a biker. Isn't New York just one constant traffic jam? No. I like to listen to Bloomberg podcasts where they interviews. Well, I guess they're not podcasts. Bloomberg News, when they interview CEOs about their company, and the less confident the CEO sounds, the more likely I am to short them. So like they have this like Bloomberg radio show where they like take an analyst and the CEO of a company and they talk to each other. And the analyst will be like, saying all the bull stuff. He'll be like, "Oh, I heard you guys are doing this." And the CEO's like, "Oh, yeah, that's right. That's going to be really good for our long-term debt and hopefully it'll help us improve our balance sheet." That's the moment. That's the moment, Just like the NFT marketplace. If you know, you know. Fuck God, I hate those people. Does Elon's delusional arrogance make you bullish? No, because he's lying. You can tell he's lying. Because when people are like, "Are you lying?" He's like, "What? I would never." He's not a very good poker player. He's just delusional, right? It's not bullish delusion. Bullish delusional is when you get like the CEO of like some new office based operating system. And he's like, "We're going to turn this into $1 billion company and take on Apple and Microsoft." That's bullish delusion. Elon's just trying to lie to sell his stock options for more money. Elon needs to do a reveal that he has a twin brother named Leon. His name should be Noel. I heard there was a car company that wanted to take on Android Auto and Apple CarPlay because their in house solution would be better. How did that work out for them? See, I'd want to be on that team and get those bonuses and then not be there for the fallout. That was Rivian. Sounds perfect. Got any sweet tips on a play for 1 DTEs? Oh, I don't know. Indexes look pretty gross. Tomorrow's Friday. People are gonna get scared before the. Or tomorrow's Thursday. Hmm. Tomorrow's Thursday, not Friday. Thinking. Well, it kind of limits the number of 1 DTE plays that we can discuss. Do you want to short an index? I felt like I got my margin count up and sold Vault this morning for the first time ever. Cleared a nice profit. I'm pumped to be on sell side when it makes sense. Nice. They're gonna bounce it here? What's positioning look like? Shit. It looks like we're sitting in a bunch of long puts, but not enough of them to keep going down. Oh no, Intel just hit a year low. That poor guy's grandma, well, she doesn't care. It's the New York statute of limitations on bear dumping. Hmm. 5 years. If it was felonious. How does Upstart look to you? Like it's falling back to Gamma Max? Any 0 GTE verticals you're considering? Here? No. No. $32.50 is Upstart's Gamma Max. There it is. Let's get down there in that 5,200 range. Why hasn't Apple started to dump yet? Because it's the last thing people will sell. It's like GMA. There's people that would rather starve than sell their Apple. Do you have any tips for getting out of debit spreads and high vol environments? Hopefully you pick a strike that just stays in the money all day. He didn't sell all his Apple. Yeah, except Buffett. Well, Buffett's not a moron. I made 2,095 profit on one DT SPX, but it's nice, man. Happy to help. So Apple is now the Mag 1. No, Microsoft is still like a $3 trillion company. Oh man, Poopy Pants got wrecked on his coin long today. That's rough. Hey, Google's still up. What you doing, Google? Hmm. Oh, wait. There it is. Looks like fucking NQ's about to lose 18. Give me a second, I'll be right back. Power hour is about to be wild. Maybe. I'm not seeing a ton of profit taking here. We're getting more out of the money puts. The chances of us slipping lower are getting higher. But to what? We're at 205 right now. 200. Like 185? 5185, maybe? Are we still buying Fubo calls? I still have synth longs on it. Can ABBV finally die or what? How much time do you have on your sold? Did I like mess up and put like weekly sold calls or something? I don't think I did. No, they're August 16. What the fuck's the problem? That's next week. No, they're just scared. Lame. Already through and it dipped it open. Hmm. Well, it hasn't gotten a higher high. I don't know what you're worried about. Consumer credit in 5 minutes. It's not going to be that good. Huh. Okay. Mention the likelihood of breaking 5,200 is higher. I did. Settlement was today, too. But yeah, there's another one tomorrow, which is going to be, or next week, which is going to be rough. Unless we bounce super fucking hard between now and next Wednesday. But, I mean, most of the volatility selling isn't on the VIX itself, right? Volatility is sold on the index. Remember when you said 53.30 was the top of liquidity for the day? Petridge Farm remembers. I do. I just wish I'd sold calls there. I did eventually sell calls at 5,300, but that didn't feel as good. I also wish I'd sold calls there too. Well, the problem with selling calls there was people were buying a shitload of out of the money calls when we tested 53.30. Right? Like they were buying the 40 and the 50, which is usually pretty bullish. Until it's going to 12, still worth too much money. Didn't I say this like a week ago? I was like, it's gonna go to like $13 to $15. I feel like I did. What's up, Sinbad? Hey. If we manage to close a VIX over 30, does that bode well for continuation to the downside? I feel like losing 5,200 bodes well for continuation. Gotta nail the top. Sometimes. On a long enough time horizon, all stocks go to zero. How long are we talking? Gotta love the chips bill and dumping billions into the dumpster fire that is Intel. Yep. $52, $50, $51, $50s. About $50 ago today are barely up. They gain value with the decay of theta. Also, they're not even in the money. Oh, GME looks like dog shit. I can't wait till super stockers find out that a company can be worth less than its cash on hand. Oh, that's going to be a fun day. How do you think they're going to react? Remember you told us in a crash scenario, there's an attempt to retrace daytime dumps with overnight pumps. Are we there? A little bit. We're not in a crash, but we are seeing some of that. You were lying. I'm not. Unironically, bullish. Just yell crime. Stuck with these fucking GME dudes forever, I guess. Yep. Seems like it. You know what the problem is? Is that there's not enough people rehypothecating my DD correctly. So then they sneak back to the source. And then sometimes like a percentage of them are like, oh man, this is fucking stupid. And then they stay here, but they're still long GME. I noticed that they've tried to start talking about the carry trade, which is hysterical. You could be stuck with AMC dudes. They're more fun. Did you see the boobs for AMC thread? It was way better. We'd have a better distribution of boobs. They're leveraging up to pay us. There's nothing to pay. Let's get political, but how will that help AMC? I mean, is that really what's important about that? Gherkin carry trade from 10 months ago? I can beat that. Hold on. here. 6/27/2022. God, I love myself. Did you ever get input from us? No. How does one short Nikkei? NKD futures? Did you double your port with a recent Nikkei short drop? No. But I was short Nikkei, which was nice. I remember reading that. I had no idea what you were talking about. Michael Burry over here. No, sooner than Burry. Faster than Burry. Burry was 3 years early. That's ridiculous. If the market does actually crash, can you start referring to us collectively as chat? Like a Gen Z Chad streamer? Ooh. I've never even thought of combining you all into one single entity. Oh my god, that'd be so much better for my mental health. Instead of thinking of you as individuals. Huh. Gherkin, 14 months. Burry, 36 months. Yep. We're all the same bot, so it makes sense. Aggregate us, Big Daddy. Pigeon Wheels will revolt if you include them in chat with the pores. Need 2 references. Pour chat, Pigeon Wheel chat. I've already aggregated the GME people. They're just super stonkers, right? My ship hosting name is all I have. Everybody's really into buying WBD, and I get it, right? Like they do have the cash flows to get their debt into a manageable position. They have the rights to a lot of stuff. They're not actually doing that poorly. But they are very underpriced. I just think that they could stay underpriced for a really, really long time, you know? Like, sure, they'll probably not go under, but why go up, right? I mean, like I would want to see, and I've looked at it a bunch. I would really want to see them capturing a larger percentage of market share. I I do think that their international play is coming a bit late and possibly not at the best economic timing. However, it will probably grow their revenues a bit more. But holy fuck, that's such a fat bag of debt. The servicing costs are astronomical. It's a shitty environment to refinance. How did you not make money, chat? The price went up 1,000% before it dropped 2,000%. Exactly. You make money no matter what you bought. I wonder I wonder if like all the people in the pickle jar that just lose money every day would make money if they just bought an inverse condor every day. There's no thought. It just the price can't end where it started. That's it. Trades flat for 3 days. I mean, very unlikely with vol where it is, right? How to make? It's just two debit spreads. That's well, that one's actually a butterfly. Inverse condor would be like this. I'm gonna open one every day on a paper trade and see what happens. Do I have paper trading on here? What the fuck is this? This? No, that's dog shit. How do you put money in this? This is terrible. Why is everything so small? I don't know how to. Oh, there it goes. Why does it only give me two fucking options? Alright, I'm gonna sell the 50. Okay, I don't care about your terms of service. Can I not open fucking verticals?
Well, this is bullshit.
Hold on. I don't know how this works.
How do I fucking remove this? No.
Save your energy. It's so irritating. It's so bad. Why is it so bad? Ugh. Just use a pen and paper. What a load of dog shit. Let's do it on option strat. There. We'll see how much money we make at the end of the day. Also, stop loss orders never trigger in WeBull paper trading. Looks like garbage. There are no good paper trading platforms. There's some for futures that are good, but most of the options ones suck. We can guest celebrity stream with Hawk2 girl. I can't afford that kind of presence on this stream. I can get you a Columbia professor of macroeconomics. How about that? I could try to get him to do the Hawk2 thing. Actually, though, that sounds cool. Trimbath isn't at a prestigious university. Get a grad student for like a $25 Amazon gift card. Can you get a medium to channel Charles Ponzi so he can better understand how the Fed works? The pickle jar is currently break even on its trade. Oh, up $5. Nope, down 20. It's gonna be a rough road. Think they can pull off 5250? No. Where's my text bubble? Hmm. But it's 1600 risk for 875 profit. Well, The one I entered is. We put max loss at 20%, right? Is this a toe ring butterfly? Generally speaking, yeah. You pretty rare that you would close these out early. Unless there was like a huge percentage move shortly after opening it. They just don't require like any thought or management, right? You just like open them and cross your fingers and hope the market moves. You don't care what direction. You don't have to be a bull or a bear, right? It just doesn't matter. You either want volatility to go up in the short term, or you want the price of the underlying to move up or down. Well, with this one, greater than zero point 0.3, like so 30 basis points from spot. Oh, so like my normal trading strategy. NQ still looks weak as fuck. How do you know whether chop or consolidation is bullish or bearish? Well, chop generally isn't anything, and then you would be looking to the prior, like the prior move on a longer time frame for some kind of indication, right? So if price is chopping, you'd want to look further out, right, and look to the prior trend. Um, this isn't really chop. I mean, this was a breakout and then another breakout that failed. So it's two failed breakouts. You've got a double top. Is 5175 in the realm of possibility? Yeah. But, bullish consolidation generally moves downwards, right? Bullish consolidation generally moves up. You have consolidation that is truly horizontal, but then it tends to follow the pattern of the prior trend, right? So up, or, Down, down. This is like continuation. This is bearish because fewer buyers are being found at new highs, right? This is bullish because more buyers are being found at the lows. I don't know how you're getting that risk premium. My option strat says 50 tops. What the fuck did you open? Can you show my question in the beta channel? Sure. Is buying options a scam? I only make money selling them. No, you just have better. So you have a higher chance of profitability on the sell side, but lower overall profits. Check your pocket. Why? I think I'm gonna start selling puts. Interesting. Oh yeah, what's Carl doing wrong? Oh. What are you doing wrong, Carl? Oh, you've got $25 legs. Yeah. I had 5 gross. There's no money doing that. Seamus small leg Gherk. Do you think we'll continue to have large overnight moves until VIX goes back down? Probably, yeah. Hold in the money QQQ puts overnight. Dangerous. Might be dangerous to hold in the money QQQ puts into the end of the day. Depending on how in the money they are, of course. Oh, I wish we'd stop chopping. This is gross. This is going to ruin the pickle jar's 1 hour inverse condor. What's the starting account size for this? Should I just do like 2,000? Or 2,500. No, I'm not doing a 2,500 to $1,000,000 challenge. I'm just seeing if the poorest can make money without thinking. It's called 1 month treasuries, Gherk. I think we could beat that. Maybe. Can get another leg up here. That's just a head and shoulders. I just got margin called on my paper account. It's called a job. Gross. The warmth of your used socks is what keeps me coming back. I know, I'm irresistible, aren't I, Kendra? I just got the margin called up. What do you think about IWM? Drop 200. Test 210. Both this week. It's just 200 and 205. It's like, it's. Lose 200, very bearish. Above 205, less bearish. Above 210, bullish. Be super cool if we dumped a 51.85 right here. Not dumping to 5,000. It's ridiculous. Rorschach is my favorite character from Watchmen. I just wish his mask didn't have a picture of my parents fighting on it. Ha! It's the best way to cut your nails, starting with the big toe or little toe, and work your way across. Little toe to big toe. Well, hold on. Little toe to big toe right foot, then big toe to little toe left foot. Straight, just straight across. I saved the big toes for the end. Like, little toe, and then over to the other little toe. So you get the big toes in the middle. Just buy better clippers. You should buy Japanese clippers. They're amazing. Do the big toe first so you have something to chew on while you work. Don't cut the big toe so you have velociraptor feet to tap on the floor with. This is just a zero DTA one. I didn't realize it was so late when I opened it, but we're gunning it. We'll see what's going to happen. Losing 20 is pretty bearish here. It's like the only support. MM is out for the paper pickle account, right? They're trying to destroy us. Imagine VIX at 27 and we fucking close flat. To be fair, you'd normally enter that trade at open. I know. You'd probably open it the day before, but yeah. Yeah, open's okay, I guess. Chat GPT can't even count potatoes. You want it to do back testing? Day before doesn't cost a day trade to close tomorrow. Yeah. You can also leg out of it the following day. Mm-hmm. Dumpy or pumpy? No idea. Dumpy. Ooh, big dumpy. Can you narrate the 0 DTE performance? It's at negative 16% returns. Now it's at negative 11. Starting to fall into the bot puts here. Lose 11 looks like a pretty straight path to 5,200. Lose 10. There's a gap there at 15, which is concerning. %10 loss. %6. Ew. Seven minutes left. Oh, yeah. %2 loss. 12% gain. 14% gain. Pickle Jar's having steak tonight. 30% gain. Should I close this? That's like a good take profit, right? 44% gain. Toe ring it? Alright. It's already at max gain in the next 4 minutes. Are we gonna get 85? Yeah, it's a bounce. I'm gonna close it. Alright, there. Day one of Pickle Jar not knowing which direction the market's gonna go. 51% returns. How many days is this going on for? I don't know. $4 lower than your midday prediction? I will never financially recover from this. There's nothing to go over on Fubo. It's entirely event driven. I thought we were supposed to rock it today. Why? We failed. We failed the pump this morning. A long time ago. I'm going to buy them in the morning because the account total is really way too low to be carrying them overnight. Welcome to Zillionaire F. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat.
Thank you. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Alright. Let's take a look at where we ended up for the day. So despite the morning move of, up 180 BPS, we managed to drop intraday 250. Still a lot of vol. Still very very wide ranging intraday moves. This puts us close to like kind of our statistical end of week price, which is around 51.86, and has narrowed the gap between us and the JPM long puts and delta neutral. Despite still closing above them, we may pull into that range during the overnight session. So I would say probably expect a downside continuation here to around 5200 ES from where we ended the day. Either that, or we might try to stabilize around 5200. But I think we're more likely to get pulled down overnight given the market maker positioning. Um, Commodities bounced up a little bit today, but not much. Gold and precious metals declining alongside copper, wheat, and oil up. So we're seeing some agricultural gains and energy gains, and precious metals are falling a little bit, and that's largely due to the rising dollar. I don't know how much longer the dollar is going to rise for, but at least for now, it's holding fairly steady at 103. We are getting yields moving up, and we got a pretty big tail on the 10-year. Correlation chopping, but moving steadily higher as dispersion breaks down, and it has a difficult time finding a foothold in equities that are largely in short vol environments. It's quite hard to go long those equities, right? The carry trade levered up overall today from last night's BOJ announcement. We still moved from 6.9 to 7.11. And the forward yield on volatility is problematic for continuing to lever up the market. But we are moving into the pre SLD period, where we might expect a stronger push to pump all of this shit, especially if they can get like a strong bounce off of delta neutral, or we get a lot of put profit taking around that point. Bond volatility was down yesterday. Correlation on the 3-month falling, but up into the back half of today. Tail risk hedging was pulling back yesterday. I'm sure that's going to revert and pull back for today. And 37.77% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average. Correlation between VIX and the VIX contract in front still at about 95.8, 96%, which is roughly where we ended the day yesterday. What was interesting is that we didn't see a lot of vol shorting today at all. We didn't see the correlation or the spread between VX and VIX cash move apart really at all. Um, almost nothing thrown into short vol. Now this may be because of the jobs report tomorrow morning, and that does present the opportunity to move the markets a little bit. However, if the job report is seen as weak, that's going to be seen as further indication of recession. And we're ending the day right now with the 10 and 2-year almost in lockstep, right? So 3.987 on the 2-year, 10 years at 3.953. And so if the jobs data shows that there are more jobless claims than expected, we might get another little brief uninversion, and that could send equities plummeting pretty rapidly. So keep an eye out for that. That'll happen. I believe we get that data coming in the pre-market, yeah, by 8:30, and then we get wholesale inventories after market open, which are expected to decline. I would say that the outcome of that's probably not very important. But if they went up a bunch, that might be another little recession indicator. Everyone's going to be looking for any hint of a recession, right? Especially as the yield curve starts to uninvert and the chances of a recession being realized go up dramatically. You did a 50 wide butterfly at 52.25. I thought it was a condor. No, we did butterfly. Butterfly's better on the 0 DT anyway. Yeah, I think that's about it. We don't really have any international data overnight, I don't think. At least nothing major. We do have the BOJ summary of opinions, although now that they've kind of retreated their rate increase, I'm not sure how impactful that summary of opinions is going to be. Like, it might just get ignored. But there is a 30-year JGB auction, which may actually have some structural impact. And then I think that's it for the overnight. Nothing really out of Europe, Great Britain, Germany tomorrow. So we'll see how the data goes in the morning, and I will update Pickles Picks tonight with whatever data we have by then. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I will see you tomorrow morning. Later, guys.